zoning bylaw amendment.
Do you need me to say something about it?
Assuming it's going to be turned on.
Yeah.
We need reasons as part of the resolution.
Okay. You want me? I mean, we've had some in the past, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. I think I left my script somewhere. Hang on. All right. Good evening and welcome to this regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of North Perth. Our meeting date is Monday, June 17th, 2024. I'm Mayor Todd Kasenberg and I'll call this meeting to order. I ask the clerk to note our starting time as 7:02 p.m. for the purpose of the minutes. A warm welcome is extended to councillors, staff, delegations, and observers who will participate in this meeting, whether physically in the council chamber in Listowel or being connected through web technologies. We begin tonight's meeting with the playing of O Canada. Those in chambers as able are invited to stand. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional land of the Anishinaabe peoples. We wish to recognize the long history of Indigenous peoples in Canada and show our respect to them today. We recognize their stewardship of the land. May we all live with respect on this land and live in peace and friendship. Tonight's meeting is being streamed live on the Municipality of North Perth YouTube channel and will be available there after this meeting as an archived video. To those viewing the meeting via the YouTube channel, a warm welcome to you. To those present in the gallery today by attending a public meeting of the Council, you are consenting to your image, voice, and comments being recorded. Anyone who is invited to speak will be recorded and their voice, image, and comments will form part of the live stream. The chair and or the clerk have the discretion and authority at any time to direct the termination or interruption of live streaming. Such direction will only be given in exceptional circumstances when deemed relevant. Circumstances may include instances where the content of debate is considered misleading, defamatory, or potentially inappropriate to be published. Attendees are advised they may be subject to legal action if their actions result in inappropriate and or unacceptable behavior and or comments. Thank you. At this time, as always, I invite your decorum over the course of the coming meeting. I have regrets tonight from Councillor Anstead and from Deputy Mayor Callum. Let us move to item 5 on our agenda pertaining to pecuniary interest. For the benefit of those unfamiliar with our council practices, provincial legislation requires councillors with a potential pecuniary or financial interest in any item at the council table to declare this interest and to remove her or himself from discussions and voting on the item. In accordance with recommended protocol at this time, I invite any councillors with a perceived pecuniary interest, including those who have already declared in writing, to verbally advise the chair in public session and to submit documentation to this effect in writing to the clerk. Councillors are further reminded that should a potential conflict arise during the meeting, they may so declare and act at any point in the meeting. First, we'll call on Councillor Andreessen. I believe you have a declaration to make. Let me get your microphone and let me get the right camera setting here. And go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Kasenberg, fellow councillors, and all of those joining us this evening. I need to declare potential pecuniary interest on items 11.1 regarding the road closure request from the Listowel Agricultural Society, item 11.2 regarding a noise bylaw exemption request from the Listowel Agricultural Society. I have a conflict because my husband is one of the directors of the board of the Listowel Agricultural Society, and I'm also an active volunteer. Finally, I need to declare pecuniary interest on an item in the closed session pertaining to United Housing, as I'm the chair of the North Perth Community Committee for the United Way, which is affiliated with United Housing. And then as a result, I won't be participating in the vote for the confirmatory bylaw, which is 17.1. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andreessen. Anyone else with a declaration to make? Councillor Nordham.
Thanks, and through you, Mayor Kasenberg. Good evening, councillors and members of the public. I will declare pecuniary interest on item 9.11 and also 17.1, the confirmatory bylaw. As I am part ownership of a corporation with land in close proximity to the proposed severance.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nordham. Anyone else? It's going to leave a skimpy table for Councillor Duncan to be dealing with a little bit later in the evening, perhaps. I too must make a declaration tonight. I will be absenting myself from the discussion in the closed session meeting regarding United Housing. Again, I am an employee of the United Way Perth Huron, and therefore it's appropriate for me to declare conflict. Likewise, item 17.1, the confirmatory bylaw, for the same reason. All right, I think we've gotten through our declarations at this hour. My role as chair prompts me to manage the flow of proceedings tonight and largely in accord with our agenda. We usually do have some participating remotely by web call. Should they wish to speak, they may draw the attention of the clerk to this using the conferencing technology's text chat function. If technical difficulties arise for remote participants, I will advise and send Simon, who's on duty tonight, for help. Let us now focus on the people's business. Part of that focus is achieved when those in the chamber silence and put away their phones. Regarding item 6 of our agenda, I have a resolution before me for approval of the agenda as follows: that the agenda for tonight's meeting be approved. Can I call for mover? Thank you, Councillor Blazek, and seconded by Councillor Johnston. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Let's move on to our Consent agenda, this is item 7 on our agenda. Consent items are placed on our agenda because they're believed to be non-contentious, yet they may warrant council's recognition and or action. Grouping them expedites our business. However, any councillor wishing to extract an item from the consent agenda for discussion, debate, or individual action may do so. There are 8 items on our consent agenda tonight, including the minutes of our last regular council meeting. Councillors, anything to extract here or any corrections to the minutes? Okay, Councillor Duncan. Go ahead.
Yeah, 7.2, please.
7.2. Okay. Anyone else with an extraction or any comments on the minutes? All right. I think as our usual custom, we'll turn it over to Councillor Duncan. He can introduce his concerns or thoughts on item 7.2.
Perfect. Thank you. And all I'd like to do is thank staff for putting this report together. It clarifies where we're at with any outstanding reports, and if it's possible that maybe we could see this quarterly going forward, that'd be great.
Thank you. I'm just checking in with the clerk. Did you want to offer comment on this, Clerk Carter?
Yes, through you. Thank you, Councillor Duncan. It is scheduled to come back quarterly on an ongoing basis.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I too appreciate the work that you're doing to keep that list before us. That's good. All right, let's consider a resolution then. As follows, that consent items 7.1 to 7.8 be received for information, and the minutes of the June 3rd, 2024 regular council meeting be adopted. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Andreessen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Rothwell. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you very much. At this time, it's proposed then that we move to item 8 on our agenda. We have opportunity to consider some delegations from those with interest in our council's business or authority. I'll remind the delegations that in accordance with the council's procedural bylaw, a total time of 10 minutes per delegation is permitted, and that includes both presentation time and providing an opportunity, at least some, for councillors to ask questions. Delegation is to present on the topic declared on the submitted request for delegation forms, and deviations from the topic are generally not acceptable to this chair or this council. As always, we expect respect and courtesy, which inherently includes not using names of those who have not consented to such use. As item 8.1, we are joined by staff from the County of Perth who are involved in economic development and who wish to present their annual report to this council. Welcome to Clara Leaney, Tourism Officer, and Helen Golub, Economic Development Officer. These are both new employees at the county, relatively new. I've met them for the first time tonight, so hearty welcome to our council table. Thank you for coming to us in North Perth, in Listowel, and we'll turn the floor over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Kaisenberg.
To press the button. There we go.
Good evening, Mayor Kaisenberg and members of council. It's a pleasure to be here tonight presenting an update on behalf of our economic development and tourism team. Through the clerk, we do have a presentation, if it's possible. Struggling to open it. No problem. Through you, Mayor, I'm happy to move forward verbally with our delegation, or happy to wait and pause if we'd prefer to have a visual to accompany.
No, I think it's up to you.
Okay, no problem. So we do have a few visuals that we will prompt and be sure to distribute to council following the presentation if you're interested in seeing those. So, as Mayor Kaisenberg mentioned, my name is Clara Leaney, and I'm thrilled to have joined the team as Perth County's new tourism officer. This is my colleague Helen Golub, serving as the Economic Development Officer, while Justin Diaz has seamlessly assumed the transportation program responsibilities as Maggie Kerr is away on her maternity leave. On our screen, you would see our wonderful tourism development students as well. So Olivia Jackson, who is a Listowel local, is our tourism summer student. She's running our digital assets this summer, promoting Perth County as a wonderful place to visit. And Ricky Zhao has been a part of our team for the last 3 years, holding several roles, notably running our digital service squad program. While he isn't new to the department, he is new to his role as the destination development summer student, as the DSS program has come to a close. So we're very happy to welcome those two to our team as well. Our business retention and expansion program has been active with various initiatives, including organizing business tours. On April 30th, we had the pleasure of hosting a tour at the Woodcock Brothers, who recently marked 40 successful years of business in Perth County. We also hosted a business tour at DNS Dunham this past Friday on June 14th, and we'll host another tour at Between the Lines Sports in Listowel on July 18th. Next, we continue to promote the Workforce Attraction and Retention Toolkit to our employers. On March 27th, we participated in a job fair in Kitchener, where we showcased available job opportunities in Perth County on behalf of our business community. We had the chance to engage with over 300 job seekers at the event, and we had, additionally, our staff also capitalized on the opportunity to highlight the PC Connect as a dependable transit option for job seekers to commute to and from work safely. We specifically emphasized the businesses along the PC Connect route that we're currently hiring. We hosted an employer educator roundtable last Friday, June 7th, where 51 businesses and educators came together to discuss opportunities to collaborate and address youth retention, apprenticeships, and the needs of our employers in the hope that they will guide career paths available locally. On June 11th, we partnered with our commodity groups at the iFarm Community Barbecue to promote careers in agriculture to the youth, to the younger generation. We distributed 100 t-shirts to youth, encouraging them to consider a future in agriculture, and provided information on our tourism programs and PC Connect offerings in Perth County. So you'll notice at your seats this evening, I handed out a copy of our 2024 Discover More Tourism brochure. This brochure was distributed to over 34,000 residents across the region and surrounding areas and delivered to 150 local hotspots and Ontario travel information centres. Our newest signature experience, Perth County's first ever winery, opened its doors on May 18th, becoming our 14th experience added to our 2024 summer catalogue. If you haven't had the opportunity to check out the Perth Farmhouse Winery, I would highly recommend adding it to your summer bucket list. Our promotional efforts have resulted in a continued increase in website traffic and growth to our social media channels. I'm happy to report that we've also seen an influx in participation in our Discover More Flavor program, with over 85 participating farm gates across the county. As we continue to build on our agritourism and development efforts, we'll be updating and printing new program guides this fall. In terms of transportation, April was a record-breaking month for PC Connect ridership, transporting 678 riders across the county, which was nearly a 124% increase from April 2023. To date, the PC Connect has provided over 39,000 rides and seen a continuous month-over-month rise in ridership since our program launch. In April, staff partnered with Wellington County in a joint delegation to the Minister of Transportation at the Good Roads Conference, advocating for continued financial support beyond March 31st, 2025. We're continuing to proactively market this service as a safe and efficient way to travel. I'm noticing we have our deck up, which is wonderful timing. A free ride pass was launched at the beginning of April with approximately 16,000 information brochures mailed out to promote the PC Connect to residents traveling throughout the region. One of our latest campaigns included a curated PC Connect box, including route maps, posters, and small jars of locally sourced North Perth honey distributed to employers for placement in staff and break rooms. The People of PC Connect marketing campaign has reached over 30,000 views and has 750 link click-throughs, for people looking for more information. We are excited to share the video with you this evening. If I can click through just to the final slide of the presentation, if it's possible. Okay, And so through your mayor and council, we will be sure to share that video with you following this meeting because it is an excellent, excellent piece of promotional material. It gives me goosebumps to watch it every time. I think it's really beautifully done. And really it just showcases that the PC Connect supports our residents in getting where they need to go, be it work, school, or to access essential services.
Thank you for your time this evening, Council. Our team has been busy creating memorable experiences, fostering community pride, and building a brighter future for residents, businesses, and visitors in Perth County. We are happy to answer any questions that you may have for us.
Great, thank you very much. You required on us to be imaginative visually and sort of see your presentation. And I have seen the video that you've referenced, of course, and appreciate its high quality and the impact stories that it addresses with regards to PC Connect. All right, colleagues, questions for our delegation? Everybody is happy and impressed. I think that's the general outcome that we seek. Okay, Councillor Rothwell.
Thanks, Mayor Kiesenberg and Council meeting, members of the public. Thanks very much for the presentation. I really think it's important to underline the work that your department is doing with our to increase tourism, especially out and I think that's what we are making full.
There we are. Good evening, Mayor, members of the public. Anyways, what I wanted to say is I appreciate the work that your department's doing with respect to encouraging and supporting our tourism-related businesses within the county, especially still with recovering from the pandemic. Are there any other potential programs and so on that we should be aware of to help and support our local businesses to continue to make their way back to in the black for their services, or do you think that we're doing as best we can through programs like this?
Yeah, thank you so much, Councillor Rothwell, and through you. So we have a few different pieces of programming. We have our Discover More signature experiences, and there is always an open call for applications to our businesses. If there are folks who, perhaps, think there's a business that should be nominated, or there's a business that would be interested in having us support the curation of a signature experience to be added into that roster. We have our Discover More flavor program, which is really agritourism focused, and we're continuing to evolve what that programming looks like. In addition, we're really focusing on our cycle promotion as well. So those are three real main pillars, that we're focusing on at this point. Though we do have lots of really exciting ideas coming down the pipeline. And, as we mentioned, I'm about 6 weeks into the role, so there's lots that we're trying to kind of put together and curate. So I hope to have lots of exciting updates for you as we move forward and continue to present.
Good, thank you very much, and I'm sure we look forward to seeing the video in due course as we can. So thank you very much.
Of course.
Thanks, Councillor Rothwell. Anyone else at this point? All right, thank you. We appreciate that you're new to the roles, but we wish you much success in the coming months and over the year, and look forward to future reports from your team on the progress that's being made across the portfolio of county's economic development. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It was a pleasure. We'll see you soon.
All right. As item 8.2, we're going to be joined remotely tonight by Holly Mortimer from the Stratford Perth Centre for Business. She has indicated that she will provide a report to Council on the activities and successes of the Centre. Ms. Mortimer, welcome. The floor is yours. I'm hoping the technology is behaving itself at this point.
Thank you so much for having me here virtually. I had a Gen X sandwich generation scheduling issue, so I'm really happy that technology is available to help me. Hopefully, actually, Councillor Rothwell bring some answers to those small business questions that may help kind of shed some light on what we're up to. And we do lots of partner work with the county, so I won't steal my own thunder. If we can proceed to the next slide, that'd be great. I'll introduce myself and my team. Or I will also tell you what I'm about to talk about. So I'm going to talk to you a bit about our Our statistics as of March 31st, because those have been reported on, we followed the government quarter, so our first quarter of this funding year has not been reported on yet. So just keep in mind that these stats are as of March 2024. I'm going to bring to you some North Perth client success stories. I'm going to talk a bit about Summer Company, which is our student entrepreneurship program, and then our joint project with Perth County called Foodpreneur. I'll talk a bit about that. Okay, next slide. So this is me. I am the business advisor at the Stratford Perth Centre for Business, which is kind of a jointly funded project from the Province of Ontario's Ministry of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, City of Stratford, Perth County, and Town St. Mary's. And I've been there for just a little over 13 years, and I am an advisor that takes on any and all kind of questions from the small business community here in North Perth and all of the surrounding municipalities. I also run the Summer Company program, which I'm going to introduce, the Starter Company program, which I'll touch on briefly, and our core programming, which is my day-to-day kind of job, educating and supporting small business clients. Next slide. This is Janice, who works with me in our office. Janice, if you were ever trying to find me, make appointments with me, or schedule anything at all with me, Janice is your person. She is my person and keeps us organized. And next slide. This is Elke, so we have a marketing and communications lead. So if there are any kind of marketing projects that we can help out with, we have a dedicated person here to do press releases, social media management, and any kind of communications that your small businesses and our small businesses would need our support on. Next slide. And finally, this is Joni Gerber, our CEO. So I work under the umbrella of Invest Stratford. So Joni is the CEO there. So we have some really exciting and interesting blended services on the small, medium, and large front, thanks to hanging out with that economic development team there and at the county. Next slide. Okay, so you might wonder what are the services that I talked about a bit. Our core services are the foundation, really, of what we do. It's where we kind of originated working on, and that is one-on-one services for small business clients. We help them find solutions to their funding, employment, succession, you name it, we have done it. And if we cannot help them, we are great connectors to government programming, private programming, and meeting the needs of the small business community. We also run a program that we are right in the thick of running right now called Summer Company, which is a young entrepreneurship grant of $3,000 for any students who are interested in testing out being an entrepreneur over their summers off, whether that be secondary or post-secondary. And we currently have 6 students from in and around the county and City of Stratford. I will be following up my presentation tomorrow with an invite that has, I think, gone out to some of you to our launch. So every year we celebrate the students that we have inside the program, and we give them the valuable networking skills that we can offer them. But yeah, the 6 students are out and about in our community already, and they are understanding how they can contribute to our economy in their very unique perspectives. And then Starter Company Plus is our grant program for anybody who is not a student. It provides up to $5,000 in granted funds, as well as 5 to 6 weeks of educational programming, and a team of 7 mentors in the spaces of accounting, legal, marketing, tech, HR, finance, and a few other kind of, health and safety is who I'm missing. So that program runs annually, typically January, February. Sometimes we are able to slip in another cohort. We were excited to hear that the province refunded Starter Company last month and increased the number of grants that we have available, which was amazing news here. So look forward to that. More information on that in the early fall. Next slide. So these are our stats. Again, keeping in mind that these are as of March 2024. We helped 27 new businesses start, 26 businesses sustained, which just means we helped them along the way and made sure that they could turn their kind of profit ship around, and make sure that we could support them in any way they needed. We helped 33 businesses expand, and an expansion definition typically is a move, hiring, a second location, a franchise version of themselves, many different kind of pieces there. We created, along with the clients that we support, over 173 jobs. And I myself, since I am the only business advisor there, had 205 consultations last year. So it was busy, and we are already well ahead of where we are on a year to date this year. So lots of entrepreneurship happening and lots of great success stories coming. Next slide, please. Again, there are our stats, but then we saw some trends. I often get asked, like, what am I seeing out there on the ground? Because I do see rural, city, different generations, what's happening. I have noticed that when I first started, my average age was definitely in the Gen X baby boomer age, and now I'm firmly in the Gen Z millennial category, where the majority of our clients just naturally are getting younger and younger, which presents some really interesting and new ways that we can serve them. In the brick and mortar space, so the downtowns and those that are purchasing buildings, it has become less desirable, and there's a higher changeover. There are many reasons for that, but big ones, are the obvious cost of doing business. But when you think about Gen Z, and so those are entrepreneurs under the age of 26 and over the age of 15, I believe, they are struggling to get funding to purchase bricks and mortar buildings, to get leases, and they have they are risk adverse, so they are looking at something called the pop-up model, which, if I skip one down, they are kind of trialing entrepreneurship, and more often than not. And then there are a lot more service-based businesses where this Gen Z millennial and actually some kind of second, third career are interested in very niche services that they can offer clients where there are gaps in the market. And then finally, grants are they have been kind of decreasing over the last year, and they definitely have become harder. There's more competition for less money in the granting space. Next slide, please. Here are some success stories that I brought with me in our starter company program, which we graduated 13 people last year, and they, let's see, March 2024. This is Erin Swinkles, who currently owns Pearl Inspirations. It is currently located in Listowel, but she, through our program and one of our mentors in the government lending space, has been able to secure a brand new space in Moncton, and so we'll be kind of doing dual locations and serving the kind of special needs community in the area of speech language pathology, but also growing a kind of a multidisciplinary space that will be really, really exciting. And there is such a huge need for it. And we helped guide Erin from traditional healthcare employment out onto her own. And it was really fun kind of getting to know her and seeing like her growth that pretty much took off immediately. Next slide. And then we've also worked with Ange Coneybear over at Ambe Wing Tours, who is another graduate of our Starter Company Plus program, who offers guided tours with an Indigenous angle, and the big kind of birds of prey and the more interesting. That's not a very good thing. The very kind of sought after viewing of like the bald eagle and things like that. So some exciting bird watching going on, where Ange will be your guide and talking about kind of her roots as an Indigenous birder, and kind of weaving her story, as well as a lot of written content that she is working on there. So we're really excited to meet Ange and watch the growth of her business. The next slide, please. And then in our summer company program, we have two students, Kelty Terpstra in North Perth and Connor Gadd, who's out of Listowel. Kelty's in the Atwood area. And Connor has Coffee Lover Marketing, who is a high school student at LDSS, running a social media and marketing management company for small businesses in the downtown core of Listowel mainly. And then Kelty has ice cream cakes, custom ice cream cakes that you can order. Both graduated from the program in 2023, 2024, but both continued or are continuing their businesses on a part-time basis, which is one of our very exciting metrics that we love to see, that they loved entrepreneurship so much that they can see a future with it or a way to support their post-secondary educations with that. Next slide, please. And then finally, I'll talk a bit about the Foodpreneur Advantage programs. We have partnered with Perth County on this program. It is delivered by our counterparts in London, and it is a regional collaboration of small business enterprise centers. So there are versions of me all over the province. And in London, they started in partnership with the Grove at the Western Fairground and the federal government and some private sponsors, a program for entrepreneurs looking to grow their consumer packaging, the portion of their business, or maybe that is all they do. So kind of stories that I can think about would be like a restaurant that has a sauce or that people keep saying, oh, I wish I could bottle this and take it home. Well, this program for free will takes them on 6 modules that are guided by some incredible experts in the CPG field. So people like Sobeys and Loblaws corporations, teaching them how to get their packaged goods on the markets of national grocery chains, thinking about the small entrepreneur who is creating food and packaging it. It could be jams and jellies as a very traditional sense, or it could be pita chips or whatever. It doesn't matter as long as it's packaged. They have connections with like food safety. They're going to teach them labeling, government regulations, marketing, cash flow, finance, margins, all that kind of stuff. And then this will lead directly into what they're called scale-up program, where they will be able to get a grant to kind of grow past kind of the version of where they are at. They're looking for scale-up projects where we can take these food-based businesses and help them reach a broader, market through some subsidized packaging facilities down in London at the Grove. And we partnered with Perth County to deliver this program. And last year we had 25 businesses enrolled, and we'd only done it for 3 months. And so we're really excited about what we can do this year. We have a bunch of meetings planned and some really exciting projects to kind of promote this product, because it is free for an entrepreneur to use, regardless of where they're at in their journey. And the networking available is pretty spectacular. Okay, that's next slide. So this is me. This is how you find me. Obviously, your economic development teams from North Perth or from county can always find me, but you can also find me at stratfordperthbusiness.ca. If you have any questions after we're done here, reach out. I'm happy to kind of come out and support. I'm in Listowel, usually partnering with the chamber, so I have a spot to sit and hanging out with clients up there typically once a quarter, but I'm also available to come out whenever. So happy to take any questions now.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation this evening. Colleagues, entertain 1 or 2 questions in the interest of time. Anyone have a question? Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Mortimer, for your presentation. We're glad to know more about your services, and certainly you're welcome to come and visit us anytime, and that desk at the Chamber of Commerce too. I'm happy to have you in our community.
Yeah, I'd love to. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, let's move forward then with our agenda. That brings us to agenda item number 9, reports from departments and key staff. We have 5 items tonight for development and protective services. The clerk should note that Councillor Norton is exiting the chamber per his declaration earlier. For item 9.1.1, Council is invited to forward recommendation to approve with a collection of conditions to the County of Perth Land Division Committee or its designate related to an application requesting consent to sever lands in the Wallace Ward of the municipality of North Perth, owned by Sean Youngblood and represented by Monteith Phillips Professional Corporation. County of Perth planner Nathan Garland, who works on North Perth files, is with us to provide an overview and recommendation. Welcome, Planner Garland. Let me get the camera and so forth right here for you.
Thank you, Mayor Kaysenberg, members of North Perth Council. I'm here to send a surplus farm severance application, and the application file number is B1524. The owners are Sean Youngblood, and just the municipal address is 5467 line 89. It is just northeast of Gallenstown there along Highway 89, or Road 89, sorry. Just a bit of a visual for the site sketch that's been provided. So the request is to sever off approximately 2 acres from the farmland, and the retain would be approximately 101.16 acres or 41.1 hectares. You will notice it's a bit of it's called a keyhole severance. We call it a keyhole severance just because it has an elongated driveway along there. It's not preferred, but it's not uncommon either in the rural areas to have that type of long, elongated driveway. Just the intent of that is just to keep the farmland loss or the farmland being taken off the property to a minimum, and that's why that elongated area is in there. This is an aerial photo of the subject property. The majority of it is farmland. There is some small natural environment area to the rear of the property, fairly common as well in the rural areas. So the request at a future consideration, should council choose to support this application, would be to have the area rezoned to an A1 that limits the future agricultural or the future barns to be located on the residential lands, and then the A-62, which limits the future consideration for residents to be located on the farmlands. Just for council's information, there were no concerns or comments provided. The narrow entrance is about 8.5 meters, so that's just for council's reference, that narrow area. So there would be a special provision in the zoning bylaw that would also recognize that reduced frontage, because typically in the rural area or the agricultural area, a 30-meter frontage is required for those agricultural severed lots. The farmer does own an adjacent property, so they do own another piece of farmland that does qualify them for the surplus farm severance consideration. So that's one of the checks that we do to make sure they do have another property that is agricultural related. And there's the servicing, so the well and septic would remain private out there as well too. A couple pictures of the subject property. I hope you can make it out, but just the property on the left there, that does show the proposed barn, or that shows the barn that was previously located there. The owner has since removed that barn, so there is no consideration for it as part of the severance conditions for any kind of building permit application to modify that use or restriction on the barn area. The severance line also shows it going through the barn, which is a bit odd, but that barn has since been removed, and I think they're just working on cleaning up the foundation now, so that would be returned to grade. And that's actually probably being done now. So, policy consideration, it does meet the provincial policy statement as well as the Perth County and zoning bylaws subject to the zoning review. It is supported through those different applications and policy criteria that have been provided. I've just outlined them for council's consideration. And as mentioned, staff are supportive of this application because it does meet the policy criteria, and we have provided the supporting recommendation for your consideration, and I'm happy to address or answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garland. Colleagues, questions or first comments on this matter? Councillor Rothwell, let me get your microphone.
Thanks very much, Mayor Todd, and thanks for your report, Nathan. I appreciate your comment that the barn has been removed. On the severance sketch, it specifically says it's to be removed. I was looking to see if we actually had to have a condition to ensure that it was removed, but just for our own benefit as a councillor, I think it would be beneficial if in the report it actually said that the barn was removed. That's just the one suggestion I would have, because it just left me to question when I saw the severance sketch to say to be removed, but I have no problem now that it has been. Thank you.
Through your worship, just a delay in the report writing versus when we were on site, so there was just a delay in that, so apologies, but yes, the barn has since been removed.
Thank you.
Right. Anyone else with questions or first comments? All right, I have a resolution then for our consideration as follows. That the municipality of North Perth recommends that the Perth County Land Division Committee or its designated approve consent application B15-24, and that the municipality of North Perth Council forwards the conditions listed in the staff report dated June 17, 2024, affecting the property legally described as Lot 14, Concession 6, Wallace Ward, in the municipality of North Perth, 5467, line 89. Can I call for a mover on that? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Duncan. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. I think we can invite Councillor Nordham back into the chamber at this point. Thank you, Councillor Andreessen. As item 9.1.2, Council is invited to forward recommendation again for approval with a collection of conditions to the County of Perth Land Division Committee or its designate related to an application requesting consent to sever lands in the Elma ward of the municipality of North Perth. These lands are owned by Franciscus Van Newland. County of Perth planner Nathan Garland, still before us, ready for another round? Off you go.
Thank you, Mayor Kasenberg, members of North Perth Council. I'm here to present another surplus farm dwelling application severance. The owner is Franciscus Van Newland. You might recognize this from a previous application. I don't think they're turning into developers at all, but just as this is their season for considering planning applications. The applicant is the same, and the location is 5930, line 57. They are located just northeast of Moncton, and it's been highlighted on that subject property, just shown as a star in the yellow area. Try again. The request is to take off a corner of the subject lands in the property. It does have a house and a metal garage or shed. The requested severed area, or the surplus farm area, is 1.31 acres. The requested retained lands is approximately 40 hectares or 98.8 areas. It's just proposed to be squared up, but there's an existing driveway that they're asking to be maintained with the subject lands to be taken off. Just a bit of an aerial photo and a report image. The request would be to, if the council supports the application, to have the subject lands, both the severed and retained lands, to be rezoned. The A1 special does prohibit any kind of agricultural or livestock operations to happen on those severed parcel, and the A-62 prohibits a future house or residence to be located on that farmland area. No concerns were expressed or no comments provided from the public. The owner does own an adjacent farmland just down the road further. That does qualify them for a surplus farm consideration in the policies. The services are to remain private, so just private septic and private water. The house was previously occupied just as a rental dwelling, so I think they're currently looking at just changing the rental ownership of that. So I'm just going to flip to the next photo, because the grass is a little bit older going in front, but that house has been occupied. That's also one of the criteria when considering a surplus farm dwelling severance, that the house is occupied and livable. So just a change in rental, I think, is what has delayed the grass cutting in the front. So, as mentioned, it is supported through the provincial policy statement and the county official plans under those surplus farm severance considerations. There is a rezoning required as a condition of this severance. And then staff are supportive of the application and provided the following recommendation, and we do ask that you consider this a surplus farm severance consider.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garland. Questions, first comments on this application? Councillor Rothwell, let me get your microphone.
Thanks very much, Mayor Todd. Thanks again, Nathan, for the report. I noticed on the severance sketch that the easterly driveway, gravel driveway, is to be with the proposed severed land. Is there going to be a right-of-way for the farmer to be able to use that to get onto the field, or is there a separate farm access for that? Thank you.
My understanding, speaking to the applicant, there is an adjacent farm access for the subject land, so they would not require that. We did discuss with that, leaving that there, or as opposed to removing it and relocating that. They had asked that I keep it with the piece of severed the house area. So,
thanks very much. Just as long as there's a farm access, I don't have a problem with it. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else with questions or comments at this point? Okay, I have a resolution for consideration as follows. That the municipality of North Perth recommends that the Perth County Land Division Committee or its designated approved consent application B15-24, and that the municipality of North Perth Council forwards the conditions listed in the staff report dated June 17, 2024, affecting the property legally described as Lot 17, Concession 17, Elma Ward in the municipality of North Perth, 5930, line 57. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Duncan, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Nordum, thank you. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. As item 9.1.3, this is going to feel like Groundhog Day, folks. Council is invited to forward a recommendation to approve with a collection of conditions to the County of Perth Land Division Committee or its designate related to an application requesting consent to several lands that are in part in the Elma Ward and in part in Listowel Ward, if I understood the report, Mr. Garland, in the municipality of North Perth. These lands are owned by Conal-Amica and represented by agent MHBC Planning, and the application relates to the location of a stormwater drain. So this one is a little more challenging, I suppose, in terms of explanations. I invite you to that.
Thank you, Mayor Kaysenberg, members of North Perth Council. Council has seen this property several times. However, this is a request for a realignment of a stormwater easement that is currently in place. So it's maintaining the easement, however, it's just to realign the location. The application for consent is 2024. The owners are Blueview Developments, Kalamika Inc., and the agent or applicant is MHBC Planning. And the location is 925 Twomley Street West in Listowel. Just an outline of the proposed request. So that's an outline in yellow of the proposed easement area that they're asking for. I will flip to a separate sketch that does show the existing one that's there. However, it comes on a bit of an angle. The reason for the request is that it currently interrupts their proposed plans for the subject property. So right now that existing easement is located underneath a building. So they would just like to realign this so it better locates underneath the drive aisles in the parking area. So because it gets it into a more appropriate location. The reason for the consent as well, too, because the easement is longer than 21 years. That's also the reason why this consent application has to be brought forward. So any kind of application for drainage or outlet for the adjacent property owner, if it's longer than 21 years, has to be moved forward as a consent application. So just a bit of the severance sketch that's been provided. So there's parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. That lighter shaded area, that's the existing easement, so that would no longer be required. There is a condition in the consent application that requires the adjacent landowner to release them from that easement, so that will be moved forward. They just need a sign off for them saying that they have no longer any concerns with that existing easement, and they would support the new easement as proposed. One comment was provided by adjacent landowner and developer on the design and drainage. Staff did provide some additional comments back to that individual, as well as the drainage scheme and the sketch. We haven't heard anything further from them. They seem satisfied with that, but it mainly addressed the just grading and some of the slopes, as well as tying in and some catch basin locations. So we did provide them those additional information, and then no agency concerns were expressed. Couple site photos, we've tried to tie that together a little bit. Currently, the property has a bit of a berm on the subject land, so the easement will run across the back end of those townhouses that are currently located there and then cut across towards Pioneer Gas at the very northern end of the property. So the application is proposed to function as a stormwater easement. The applicant has submitted a functional servicing and stormwater report that's going through site plan review at this time. The easement will maintain those services, and the notice of application was provided on May 13, 2024 to the property owners. So staff are supportive of the application. We have provided the following recommendation that for council's consideration. I'm happy to address or answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Garland. Questions or first comments from council? Okay, not seeing any, so let me read into the record the resolution that has been proposed as follows: that the municipality of North Perth recommends that the Perth County Land Division Committee or its designated approved consent application B18-24 and that North Perth Council forwards the conditions listed in the staff report dated June 17, 2024, affecting the property legally described as Part Lot 30, Concession 1, Elma, Part 1 of Registered Plan 44R 3774, and Part 4 Registered Plan 44R 5581 Listwell in the municipality of North Perth, municipally known as 925 Twomley Street West. Can I call for a mover on this one? Councillor Rothwell, thank you, and Councillor Durham will be our seconder here. Any discussion or debate? I'm not seeing any. Let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. And Mr. Garland, we get one more pass with you tonight as item 9.1.4. Same kind of thing. We're talking about consent to sever lands, this time in Listowel Ward. The lands have industrial zoning on them right now. The lands are owned by parties Grey Ridge Eggs and 801 Tremaine Avenue South Inc. And the application is supported by agent DLX Engineering. Its purpose is to reallocate lands in the vicinity of these two industries to support possible future expansion of one of the proponents. Mr. Garland, you're up again.
Thank you, Mayor Kiesenberg and members of North Perth Council. I am here to present on application 19-2024. The owners are Grey Ridge Farms Inc., Kara Scott Brookshire, and they are here tonight to answer any kind of additional questions with respect to some of the information, but I'm happy to go through this short presentation for council. And then the applicant is DLX Engineering. The location is 801 and 955 Tremaine Avenue South, located on the east side of Listowel along that Tremaine Avenue. Going over the application, I'll just take a minute here to discuss the application. So the application is for a lot line adjustment and lot addition. So there is no new lots being created. There are currently 2 lots there. The lot addition is being taken off the north part of the property. So that yellow area is currently part of that red area. That's coming off and merging with, I'll say, the bluish teal area to the south. So that property to the south would have frontage onto both Tremaine and, is that Bright Street? So that's the area that's being proposed to be relocated off that property. The request is in future consideration of a future expansion for Grey Ridge Farms. I don't have a lot of details right now to go over any of that, but this is kind of the first step on considering that future expansion for Grey Ridge Farms, and this is the request that they're presenting in front of us. The severed size is approximately 1.5 hectares, or 1.5 acres. The retained size will be 3.9 acres, and then the area to be enlarged eventually will be that 9.5 acres to the south. So that will create kind of a larger lot for. The severance sketch has been provided. This is just a reiteration of the previous one. I did realign it, so that is Tremaine to the south. You'll look at that photo. That's that severance sketch that's been provided just to relocate that. Shows the existing buildings on there on the subject lands right now. It's kind of hard to see with those other, they're all dark lines, so it really doesn't show a lot other than the report photo shows a little bit better. No comments have been provided from the public. There was some noise reporting done for the subject lands to consider this because they have been dealing with some of that through past practice and trying to address those concerns. No concerns with that being provided, and there was no agency's concerns or comments expressed. And then just a couple site photos for councilors' consideration. That is the area off of Tremaine that's being taken off. That will merge the southern portion of the lands with Grey Ridge Farms. And then just an area off of Bright Street that shows there is looks like a hydro easement that runs along there that will actually maintain that all the way through there on their property. So no changes through that. They might adjust the fencing, modify that through a site plan approval amendment. Currently it's being used for truck trailer storage right now. So as mentioned, the applicant has provided a noise report in support of their existing operation. One might be considered as part of the expansion, but it didn't show any concerns or adverse impacts as part of the request for the severance application. The lot addition does facilitate a future expansion for Grey Ridge and their continued operation there along Tremaine. And then the notice of application was provided on May 20th, 2024 to the adjacent landowners. Oh, apologies. As mentioned, staff is supportive of the application and provide the following recommendation for North Perth Council's consideration and happy to address or answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Garland, for your report. Colleagues, questions, first comments on this one? Councillor Rothwell, let me just get your microphone.
Thank you very much, Mayor Todd. Thanks, Nathan, for your report. Just can you talk to us a little bit about the area to be severed on the west side of Bright Street East on that north portion in the yellow? Thank you. Thanks very much. In the yellow, currently there's trailer storage in there and so on. Is it anticipated that the Grey Ridge is going to need an easement to be able to access by trucks and so on through that area onto the red area, or are they totally going to be using it for something else that they don't need to have an access or right of way over top to store trailers or whatever they're going to do there? Thank you.
Through your worship, my understanding is they wouldn't need any kind of internal access to access those. They would be separate individual conveyable properties in the future. So if Grey Ridge no longer needed that, they would relocate it. My understanding is the addition might provide some additional storage. If there's additional questions, I might ask the applicant if council considers to respond to some of those. The access off of Bright Street, or the location of accesses to Bright Street, it may provide for either like on-site storage or a future access location for the realignment and drive-through there. That would be subject to the site plan approval and comments from Public Works. There's a bit of an existing building there. I don't think it serves much of a purpose other than maybe some storage or some off-site. That would be removed as part of the addition. So the addition is proposed to go onto the existing building and then further to the north. But no internal access-wise as far as any kind of easements requested or required. Even drainage and things like that would all be addressed.
Thanks very much. I think that's, as long as that gives Grey Ridge what they need to do to continue to be successful, that's great. Thank you.
If I might just confirm, Mr. Garland, the property to the north, which I think is BTE Enterprises, if I'm not mistaken, right now, if I remember right, the access to their office is in the zone where this application is to take effect, if approved, in that yellow area. So are they going to redirect parking and access to their facility around the other side, kind of thing?
They may relocate some parking towards the north there. There might be a small drive aisle. I apologize. The report photo shows a general reference. The site sketch, I don't know if you can see that. It shows a bit more room towards the south there to provide some additional access, not much of a drive aisle, but provides a bit more of an access way. So there would be some possibility of them coming around, I'll say the northwestern side, to access the rear of their building. I think there is a bit of a loading zone back there. Once again, if it was council's desire to answer more, I might ask the applicant to give a little more direction on their operation of things. But I believe there is sufficient room for them to get access in and around the building as well as appropriate parking.
Just want to make sure. Okay, anyone else with questions or comments? All right, I have a resolution then as follows. The Municipality of North Perth recommends that the Perth County Land Division Committee or its designated approve consent application B19-24, and that the Municipality of North Perth Council forwards the conditions listed in the staff report dated June 17, 2024, affecting the property legally described as Plan 191 Part Park Lot 18. List to award Municipality of North Perth 801 and 955 Tremaine Avenue South. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Johnston nods his head. Councillor Rothwell is seconding this one. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Mr. Garland, thank you for lots of work tonight. You keep us busy, sir. To the applicants, congratulations, those who've come for that part of the meeting. All right, as item 9.1.5, Council again receives information and recommendations from staff pertaining to adjusting the fee schedule for building permits. This is further to earlier requests from a public meeting held for this matter for additional information and financial platforms or models for an updated fee schedule. I'm going to call on Chief Building Official Sally McMullen and any others that she feels inclined to bring forward to walk us through this matter once again and with updates. Welcome, Ms. McMullen. Let me get things set up for you here.
Good evening, Mayor Kasenberg and members of council. It's nice to be back, and I do bring information that was requested at the public meeting. So I'm calling it an update to the building permit fees review. And with me tonight is the team that has been working on this project over time. Our treasurer, Ashton, Janie, manager of development and protective services, and online, I believe, Devin Stolley from RSM, who is the consultant who's been working on the math, much of the math and the research to produce this report and the addendum that was in your package, your agenda package. Next slide. Again, sorry. Thanks. Okay, so on May 13th was when we had the public meeting just over a month ago, and that was in relation to Section 7 of the Building Code Act. And at that meeting, there was great discussion, a lot of fulsome discussion, and a request for some additional information. Tonight, we're going to go through that additional information and review a recommendation before you from staff that an amendment to the fees bylaw be made. Next. And moving forward, I wanted to remind Council of our requirement under the Building Code Act to provide annual financial reviews of the building permit fees, and the recommendation that this be reviewed again in 5 years as a best management practice. I wanted to actually start by going over the recommendation that's before you tonight. You will have read the package, you're familiar with it, but I wanted to summarize it here to give context to the additional information that Devin and I will walk you through. So the highlights of the recommendation tonight are that the fees generally be reduced for additional residential units and for tents. No cross subsidy is proposed for those, and they really provide support from the municipality for this type of housing, this housing form, which allows a lot of people to supplement their mortgages and also increases rental stock in the community. So this is an important housing form towards the goals as a community for affordable housing. And it has that two-pronged ability to do that. The recommended fees from from the public meeting, from the initial report, one of the questions was, can those be phased in and what does that look like? And we will look at those numbers. The result of that review is that the recommendation be those fees be brought in at full cost recovery, but that the relief be instead provided to folks applying for building permits through a phase-in of that 10% surcharge. And that surcharge is put in there in order to build up the building reserve fund. So it would take us a little bit longer to build that fund. There would be money going into it, albeit that slower, and it does provide that relief to the jump in fees currently, and it gets phased in over a 5-year period. It helps us to continue this desire to have cost recovery and to avoid a municipal deficit. And the third piece is to provide relief on permit fees for affordable, attainable housing. And since we met at the public meeting, the community improvement plan has been talked about. It is in draft. It provides a direct support for building permit fees in the form of a grant. And it helps to create that measurement piece around true commitment to the definition of affordability. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Devin, who is online, to bring you through some of the calculations that she's produced in response to your questions.
Can everybody hear me, Sally?
Yep, we can hear you great.
Can you
Thanks,
hear
Devin.
me?
Yes.
You. Okay, so one of the questions that we were asked was if we could phase in a cost recovery and what that would look like. So we looked at phasing the increases over 5 years and over 7 years. We projected the revenue that would be made if that was done, and then we compared it to the recoverable costs over the period in option C. So what we ended up with in option C, with including the reserve fund, this is what we projected this period of 5 to 7 years. At the end of the 5 years, we would end up being in a deficit versus our recoverable costs of almost $500,000. And if we phased in the fees over 7 years, we would finish with a projected deficit of almost $800,000. It came in at $790,000 approximately. So both of these options have a significant delay on beginning to rebuild the reserve fund between 20 and 25 years. So really, we would just continue to add to the deficit before we would see any increase in the fund to be able to rely on in times where there may be low activity or other things. So ultimately, a phase-in of the building permit fees over those extended period of times was not exactly a viable option. So it wouldn't be something that we could use to support the objectives of the full cost recovery for the building permit fees. Next slide. Another thing that we were asked to look at was to investigate the tiered fees for housing projects. So the building permit fee structure that was proposed in options, all the options A, B, C, and D, have included a tier fee structure for all of the dwelling units, where there's a minimum fee for building areas under 2,500 square feet and an additional square foot rate over the 2,500, which is calculated as the minimum fee plus the price per square foot. So for permits that are larger in size, there will be additional costs incurred by the municipality, and the additional square foot price would cover the cost so that they're recuperated. Now, building permits that are smaller in size do not equate to less work for the building department, which means that the same cost would have been incurred for a 1,000 square foot house versus a 2,500 square foot house. So a couple of numbers here. In 2023, there was approximately 50 dwelling units created across all the dwelling types, single detached, semi-detached townhouses. All of them were over 1,000 square feet, and only 11 of the single detached dwellings were over 2,500 square feet. So when we were looking at whether large size dwelling units could subsidize smaller size dwelling units, there aren't enough to be able to do that. And then especially if there's future large scale development where say an apartment building has 1,500 square foot units, but we don't make enough extra dwelling units that are over 2,500 square feet, it would not cover, not be enough large enough houses to cover the cross subsidy. Next slide. So then what we did do was look into relief for smaller units and for tenants. So we did make revisions and provided them in option C to support the overall discussion of affordable housing. So the first change that we made was to the permit category of new dwelling unit with an existing house. We actually expanded that class to be a new accessory residential dwelling unit within a single semi-detached town, row, accessory building or purpose built. And we reduced the fee from a proposed $3,290 to $2,646. And then over 5 years, it would be raised to $2,911. So we also changed the permit categories to include residential retaining walls and below grade entrances to support the additional residential units. And they were proposed to have an increase now of 350 instead of 850. And then over the 5 years, they'll be increased to 385. Additionally, a request was made to reduce the fee for temporary tents, which was proposed at $605 from currently $110. So option D has proposed $350, and then eventually after 5 years, it would be $385. Next slide, please. I'll turn that to you, Sally.
A cross subsidy for affordable units was also one of the requested items. And looking at the CIP that's proposed, it does give a direct relief to building permit fees. Building permit and planning fees up to $5,000 at 50% of the costs incurred. Going through that program provides two benefits. One of them is that the municipality is able to demonstrate this, the municipality is able to be a partner in providing that relief to committed developers. In the program, in order to receive the grant, you have to demonstrate that you do meet a certain price point and that you are going to provide that over a certain duration of time. So it allows for that, the checks and balances to ensure that the money that is provided by the municipality for affordability is for those developers committed to providing those units at a truly affordable price by definition and for a very specific period of time. It also removes some complication, and I want to explain this a little bit. The request was to look at a cross subsidy. And we considered the cross subsidy for housing and recognizing that we don't have a number of large units that we could spread that subsidy over to support smaller units. But also, if we're looking to reduce fees across the board, this helps us achieve that as well. Reduce that jump to the new price point for cost recovery. And so looking at the CIP instead of at a cross subsidy here gives us that chance to not add more to new or major renovation type of those permit categories. The other thing, and I hear this from developers, is they want to be able to budget their projects ahead of time. They have performance they need to prepare, especially for large multi-unit developments early on in the process. And they want to know what those building permits are going to be in advance. So this gives us that clean line to show them this is the fee, this is how it changes over time. They're going to be able to see that and budget for that. It also allows us to keep those fees very static, and in trying to discern what an appropriate cross subsidy would be, we would essentially be predicting the number of people, developers who would participate in the type of program that you had expressed desire to support, that true commitment to affordability. And we would be predicting that number. So it would be very hard to nail down what that cross subsidy amount should be that would need to be applied to those new and major expansion category types. So that's what I mean by remove some of the complication. It keeps the building permit fee, it provides clarity around there, keeps it at cost recovery, and still gives the municipality a clear vehicle to support this type of housing. Next slide.
So one more thing that we were asked to look at was expanding the jurisdiction scan to include the town of Minto and the township of Mapleton. Keeping in mind that we're not comparing apples to apples, what we do have in common is that we are all reviewing building department fees and proposing some increases. Where we do differ is looking at the recoverable costs of the departments, since we have different staff and resource needs. They all have less growth and service growth areas, as well as they all have different health of their building permit reserve funds. So the recommended option D with the reserve fund phased in puts us in line with Stratford and West Perth, which are closer in comparison on some of these parameters like growth and service area. Next slide.
To also review next steps with council so that you're aware of where this is heading and what our action items are following your discussion, and any additional questions that you have is to look at the resolution, or sorry, to look at the recommendation, review it, discuss it, and provide direction back to staff. If the resolution is to support the recommendation before you, then it would come in the form of an amendment to the fees bylaw. All the new fees would be listed in there with a notation about annual increases to bring in over time, over a 5-year period, that 10% surplus surcharge rather to build the reserve, and also to implement inflation type increases. Once new fees were in place, then again, just a reminder that there is a requirement to provide an annual report to council on the department's revenue versus expenses. And again, the commitment to review and update in 5 years as a best management practice. So next slide will let us review the recommendation. It's referring to option D, which in the addendum prepared by RSM is the cost recovery fees with 2 changes from what we looked at the public meeting. The first change is that straight up cut in price for the building permit fees for additional residential units, those below grade entrance type permits, and tents. The second change is the 10% phase in of the surcharge. So option D looks completely at the fee without the surcharge. And the recommendation before you is that we choose that option D and phase in the recovery period for the reserve fund over a 5-year period starting in January of 2025. That is the information that we wanted to review with you today. It's in greater detail in the report and the addendum that's in your agenda package, but Devin and I, as well as Ashton and Janie, are welcoming any questions that you have to further your discussion and decision on this topic.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McMullen. Thank you very much. Colleagues, opportunity for questions and first comments at this hour, and we'll start with Councillor Blazek.
Thank you. Through Mayor Kiesenberg, and thank you, Sally, for your report and for the many members of staff that you had supporting you in this project. I know that this has been a very big stressor for the building department and for, I'm assuming, finance, and for many departments across the municipality. And I actually just wanted to say that I think that you did a really great job thoroughly addressing all of the concerns that I had made note of from the public meeting. I appreciate the effort that took to be able to do that in such a timely manner. And I really appreciate the commitment that staff is making to not only put us in a better position, but put us in a better position moving forward. So thank you for the tremendous amount of effort that went into this project.
Agreed. Thank you, Councillor Blazek. Councillor Nordum.
Thanks, and to you, Mayor Kiesenberg. Thanks for the report, Sally. This might be a question for Ashton. With that deficit, with the phased in for 5 to 7 years, the way I read it, it would not impact the levy, but just wanting confirmation on that.
Through Mayor Kiesenberg, that is correct. Currently it's a self-funded model, so that deficit would carry itself. Mind you, other municipal funds, from a cash flow perspective, would pick that up, but internally, future revenues or surpluses that would be achieved would pay down that deficit.
Okay. Thank you. Just wanted that confirmation.
Thank you, Councillor Nordum. Anyone else with questions or first comments at this point? Councillor Rothwell.
Thanks very much, Mayor Todd, and thank you, Sally and Devin, for the report. Can you just provide council again the confirmation in terms of the calculations for projected revenue were based on our number of building permits by type over a certain year period? Is that correct?
Yes, essentially that's correct. Devin, would you like to elaborate?
Yes, I can do that. The projected revenue that we used was on the 4-year average that we had of all the permit types. So we can say that it's conservative. However, in 2023, there was a few less permits than there was in the previous years. So it would be, with the projected increase in a few things coming in the future years, I would say that the average activity is something that we could rely on for the near future, but it should definitely be looked at again within 5 years.
Mayor Todd. So my concern is, I mean, our projections are only as good as our past figures were, and traditionally, as I understand, I mean, we've had some fairly high building permit activity, save and except the slight drop you mentioned in 2023. So my question is, if we see a decline in building permit numbers, that will clearly impact us on a negative way. Is that correct? And then likewise, if we see an increase in building permit activity, it will increase our revenues, correct?
Yes. So essentially, we took the budgeting process that we did last fall, which relied in part on past expenses, but also looked at the model of service and care that we're wanting to provide this enforcement task. So it is a different budget, if you will, than what would have been in the past. And so Devin and I spent a lot of time combing over that, trying to make sure we had covered any sort of devil's advocate type of thinking, like what if this and what if that. That budget was brought to council in the fall. And I think, my opinion and what I voiced to you was that it was not bare bones, but it was also not very extravagant. It's providing the basic staffing and resources that we need to do a really good job of building code enforcement and to make efforts towards streamlining processes for applicants. And so that budget, that total number is the basis for the calculations that Devin did. Looking at building permit fees data over that 4-year period, you basically take the costs and you spread it over the number and the type of permits that you're likely to have. In a year where that doesn't align perfectly and you end up not covering your costs, that's where the reserve fund comes in. That's what's happened over the past 2 years. In a year where you have your revenues are greater than your expenses, you use that to build your reserve. And that's the experience of this municipality for a long time, and perhaps why fees haven't been increasing at a steady rate. But it's not our experience now. And it's been the experience of some of our neighbors too, which is why they have very healthy reserves. They have some buffer. If they don't hit their cost recovery in any given year, they have the reserve to rely on to get there. And that's the point of a reserve. That in a year where you have low permit activity or you have an unexpected cost, that you have that buffer. So you're not producing an annual deficit that has to be carried. And my objective with this exercise was always to provide you with the facts and figures that would show you what it could look like on average, or what it does look like on average with the best data that we have, so that I'm not standing up here year after year showing you a deficit, whether that's small or large, as it was. Like last year was fairly large. And I think in reality, 2024 is likely to be a deficit. I will probably be here showing you a deficit in that first year, because here we are, it's June. We're nearing in our 200 permits of the 400 permits expected this year, and we haven't been able to charge cost recovery on any of those permits. So I do anticipate a deficit that I'll be showing you this year.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Richardson.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Kasenberg. I completely understand that we do need to increase the fees. That's really not my question, but I guess number one, are we absolutely mandated, and I can understand if there's slower times, is it actually mandated that we need to be cost neutral for this particular aspect? I know it had alluded to in your report that it's common practice. Is it actually something that's...
It's not mandated. It is not mandated by the building code, but it is common practice across Ontario and in all our neighboring municipalities.
Supplemental, if I might, that if this goes through, given people who are mid-permit right now, at what point in time would the new rates go live? Because I don't think we really want to be in a position, and I understand if you're coming back with a deficit, I agree, that's fine. Not fine, but you know what I'm saying. If somebody's in the middle of a permit to come forward, thinking it's going to be one fee, and then coming back and it's strikingly different when they actually go to pay, we can't be doing that either.
In the recommendation, it's proposed that option D, which is cost recovery, be implemented August 1st, and that this 10% surplus to that not be added for the first time until January. So we could do some awareness, put the word out, and that fees are changing on August 1st. There was a public meeting. People are aware that the fees are being reviewed and that they were proposed to be higher. It shouldn't be news to the development community. It may be news to people who have not had a permit application before or are new to that experience. And to those folks, they won't necessarily have anticipated what the cost used to be. They may have, and I think that's why that period of time, that lag before we implement August 1st is important, to spend that time putting the word out that the fees are increasing. I talk to folks on a regular basis that are preparing applications, and they often ask me, when are the fees going to change? And I reply to them that it's proposed that they change yet this year, and hopefully midpoint of the year, like before too long. So it's not news to many of the people in this sphere.
Okay, one more.
I will be quick, thank you. And I appreciate that slight delay, is that basically 6 weeks enough time for people that are in the hopper, so to speak, now, as compared to, say, September 1st? I'm not gonna parse over 30 days, but is August 1st, yeah, we can get the word out, is that enough of a time for anything that's midstream?
Anything that's in the application phase right now is on a statutory timeline between 10 and 30 days. So they have applied already knowing what their fee is going to be. So we wouldn't charge these fees on an application that's in process. We would charge it on an application that was received after August 1st. So anyone that is applying in that first month, they maybe anticipated something different, but like I said, this has been ongoing now for months and in the media and in public meeting notices for a while now.
Okay, anyone else with questions or comments on this? Councillor Andreessen.
Sorry. Through you, Mayor Kasenberg, I think that in many of our other departments, we have always focused on cost recovery. And I think out of fairness, focusing on cost recovery with building permits would only be fair, given that's the expectation for the rest of our departments. And otherwise, we have to cover that somewhere. It may not be through the levy, but as mentioned, it has to get covered somehow, correct? So I think that it's important that we focus on the fact that it needs to pay. This kind of growth needs to pay for itself, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to make comment here at this point? Okay, I think I'm going to read the resolution in the record and we'll see where it goes. Now, I do have a question for the clerk, actually. In the resolution, there is reference, second last bullet, of approving an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw, which is usually done by bylaw, is it not? So I don't think I have a copy or have seen a copy of the bylaw that would enact that at this point. It's not been brought forward tonight. Are we to see it at the next council meeting? Is that the general intention? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, through you, Mayor Kasenberg. If the fees were to be approved by council tonight, you would see an amendment to the rates and fees bylaw at a later meeting.
I'm not convinced that the wording of that clause is quite right, given what we intend to do, which is to bring forward the bylaw, which will amend the fees at the next meeting. So we might want to look at tweaking this a little bit, in my opinion, right? But let me try. We'll see where this goes, and maybe I'll figure it out while I'm reading the rest of it. Resolution is a slightly longer one than normal these days, and as follows. The Council of the Municipality of North Perth receives the report update to building permit fees discussion, and further that Council adopts the fee structure set out in the attached addendum prepared by RSM Building Consultants, Appendix F, Option B, with the addition of a scheduled phase-in of a 10% surcharge to rebuild the Building Reserve Fund as follows. Year 1, 2024 fees as per Option D. Year 2, starting January 1st, 2025, plus 1%. Year 3, starting January 1st, 2026, plus 2.5%. Year 4, starting January 1st, 2027, plus 2.5%. Year 5, starting January 1st, 2028, plus 2.5%. And Year 6, starting January 1st, 2029, plus 1.5%. And that council endorses building permit fees be additionally indexed. I've inserted the word annually because I think that's important, indexed annually by an inflationary amount that will be determined during the annual budget process. And further, and here's where we have to figure out what we're going to do, that council requests an amendment, let's just change that word, requests an amendment to the fees and charges bylaw 138-2023 for the purpose of enacting new building permit fees as above on August 1st, 2024. And further, that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth directs staff to complete a building permit fee review study within 5 years to ensure compliance with the Building Code Act. Colleagues, am I missing anything? Does it sound like those are useful improvements in the resolution? All right, so I need a mover and a seconder. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Johnston will move. Councillor Blazek will be our seconder. Thank you. Further discussion and debate. I'm not seeing any. I think that, I'll share my opinion here, that as Councillor Andreessen referenced, it is important for growth to pay for growth. It has been a principle that I've heard for years now sitting at this table, and I can't imagine putting the taxpayers in North Perth on the hook for these additional increase in charges, and I believe we have a strong financial responsibility as a council to rebuild that reserve over the next period. So I think that staff has done an elegant job in bringing forward an approach to doing this. Anyone else want to make comment at this point before I call the vote? All right, I don't see any further comments, so let's have the vote. And that is carried. To the staff, to the team from RSM, we express appreciation for the work, and thank you for throwing what at a moment in time felt like a rattlesnake on our table, but we're grateful that we got through that, and we're ready to move forward. All right, let's turn to item 9.2, reports from the Corporate Services Department. As item 9.2.1, Council has before it a report from North Perth Tax Collector Amanda Ewing related to the implementation of proposed tax rates via required bylaw for the purpose of finalizing property taxes in the current year. Ms. Ewing is before us. I don't think we've seen her at the podium before, so welcome and don't be nervous.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Kaseberg and members of council. I'm bringing forward the tax rate bylaw 30/2024. This bylaw establishes the tax rates for 2024 so we can move forward with collection and establish the due dates for the 2024 final tax bill. The calculated tax rates are based on the assessment values provided by MPAC, the tax ratios provided by the County of Perth, and the previously approved budgets for general purposes, stormwater management, and BIA. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you so much. Colleagues, questions or first comments on this matter? I'm not seeing any. It's a simple resolution. Thank you, Ms. Ewing. That the Council of the Municipality of North Perth receives the 2024 tax rate bylaw report for information purposes. And I think we see it later in the meeting if I'm remembering correctly. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Nordum, thank you. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Let's turn next then to thank you, Ms. Ewing. Congratulations on your flight there. And now let's turn to item 9.2.2. In this one, Council has before it a report from North Perth Procurement Officer Samantha French related to the annual approval of insurance policy for the municipality. It seems we are waiting on delivery of information from our insurer, Marsh Canada, but have assurances that there will be coverage extended until the finalization of the new agreement. Relevant amount for the new policy has been forecasted based on expectations for cost increase. I see that Mr. Romany, our treasurer, is before us to speak to this report, and it's largely a housekeeping matter, but please say a few words for us so that we understand what's out.
Through your Mayor Kasenberg, you pretty much summed that up pretty well right there. So I don't have anything further to add. We're just seeking authorization during this time frame where we're hearing back from the insurance company.
Thank you, Mr. Romany. Do we have a timeline from them? Like, when are we going to see this number?
We don't just yet. We were just speaking with them last week. So hopefully at some point in the next week or so we'll hear back. But definitely we will be reporting back to council of the package as referenced in the report.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we do have a resolution as follows. The Council of the Municipality of North Perth authorizes the municipal treasurer to execute the insurance policy renewal for the 2024-2025 period once received from Marsh Canada. It sounds like council will see it again before that happens. Can I call for a mover? Moved by Councillor Rothwell, seconded by Councillor Blazek. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to race us to the closed session at this point, and then at closed session we can take a brief health break as usual. So we are at item 10 on our agenda. For item 10, councillors, are there any reports you'd like to ask of staff or of our committees? Okay, I'm not seeing any indication of that. For item 11, we have received 4 items of correspondence beyond that already shared. For council's disposition, please note that Councillor Andreessen is exiting the chamber per her earlier declaration of pecuniary interest. As follows, item 11.1, Listowel Agricultural Society has asked for permissions to support the annual agricultural fair parade in Listowel on Thursday, July 18th. I have a resolution as follows, that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth approves the request from the Listowel Agricultural Society to hold the annual Listowel Fair Parade on Thursday, July 18th, 2024 at 7 p.m. on the following route, commencing from Livingston Park, proceeding north on Livingston Avenue to Main Street, east on Main Street to Maitland, south on Maitland to Clayton, east on Clayton Street to Tremaine Avenue, and ending at the south gate of the Listowel Fairgrounds, and that North Perth Public Works, Fire, OPP, and Perth County EMS be advised of the event. Moved by Councillor Richardson, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Duncan. Any discussion or debate on this? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. We have similar requests from the similar organization, Listowel Agricultural Society. They're asking as follows, and the resolution states what their intent is, that the Council of the Municipality of North Perth provides an exemption to any timing regulations stipulated by the noise bylaw for all events as part of the 2024 Listowel Fair, Thursday, July 18th to Sunday, July 21st, 2024, as requested by the Listowel Agricultural Society, and that staff be directed to advise relevant parties of this exemption. Moved by Councillor Rothwell, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Blazek. Any discussion or debate there? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. If we could invite Councillor Andreessen to return. Next up is item 11.3. Council's received a request to close roads to support the annual Comancheros Car Club exhibition, which is scheduled on Sunday, July 11th. Here's the resolution. That the Council of the Municipality of North Perth approves a request from the Comancheros Car Club to close Royal Street East from Derry Street to Elizabeth Street East from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Sunday, July 7th, 2024 for their annual car show, and that North Perth Public Works, Fire, OPP, and Perth County EMS be advised of the event. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Richardson, thank you. Councillor Blazek, thank you. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. And finally, under 11.4, we've received a letter from the Atwood Lions Club seeking an exemption on provisions of the noise bylaw for its Managed Canada Day celebrations taking place June 30th and July 1st, 2024, as follows. That the Council of the Municipality of North Perth grants an exemption to any timing regulations stipulated by the noise bylaw for activities generated by the Atwood Lions Canada Day celebration on Sunday, June 30th from 5 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and on Monday, July 1st from 5 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. and that staff be directed to advise relevant parties about this exemption. Can I call for a mover there? Councillor Rothwell, thank you. Councillor Nuro will be our seconder. Any discussion or debate on this one? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. And now we turn to consideration of bylaws that have been recommended to us for action. Tonight we have three. We have an enabling resolution that outlines their number and purpose typically, but we do have one, I think, that stands alone and that may warrant some explanation. Council may recall at a recent meeting that it denied its approval recommendation to the county regarding a zoning and an official plan amendment, and so because that has happened and the county has transacted its business on this matter, at the same time, you'll recall there was a suggestion that a zoning bylaw would come forward if that proposal was accepted by the approval authority, in this case, Perth County. At this time, that the Perth County has denied that application, and so the consequence of this is that we are left with the responsibility of also denying, if we so choose, the zoning bylaw amendment request. But we also have to provide reasons, consistent with the proponent's right to appeal. There needs to be a reason documented in the council resolution for why we would deny the zoning bylaw amendment request in that case. So colleagues, I'm asking you to help me fill in the blanks here. There were several items that were raised by each of you in the discussion and debate last time. Which items do we wish to have documented in the resolution of denial if we wish to proceed? So let me just test the assumption. It would be logically problematic if we approved a zoning bylaw amendment at this point for that property. So we really can't do that. But we do need to act on this formally, just so that we're all there. Would anyone like to suggest the reasons that we wish to document? I'm going to take them down, and we'll go with it. Councillor Richardson has his hand up, so let's go to him first.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Kasenberg. It's, I would think, for the significant reduction in access for fire and EMS on that single, even though it meets Ontario Building Code, it's inadequate in my opinion. And there was also mentioned about the significant lack of unit parking spaces.
Was it visitor?
That would even further hinder fire access.
Visitor parking.
Visitor parking, sorry.
Okay. Anyone else wish to add to the rationale? Councillor Blazek.
Just further to that.
Oh, sorry, let me get your microphone. I'm bad. Go ahead.
Thank you, through your mayor. Just further to that, the visitor parking and present a potential road safety concern given the grading of that road and the potential for visitors to park along Milton.
Okay, I think I'm summarizing here, but I'll read it back. Okay. Okay, so that's sort of the Walton Avenue North. Okay. Councillor Johnston?
I think we talked about a lot of things that night, but I think the compatibility.
I'm slow tonight.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's the heat.
Yeah.
I think we talked about the compatibility with the surrounding homes, single detached homes in the area. So to me, that's something that should be mentioned, is the compatibility of the area.
I know I raised the issue of absence of expressed intent around affordability and attainability. Anyone, any other item that we've missed for this? Councillor Rothwell?
Thank you, Mayor Todd. I would just suggest the last point would be the fact that the official plan is not approved. Oh, thank you. That the last point would be that the county official plan amendment was not approved, so therefore this zoning bylaw amendment does not comply with the official plan.
Right. Thank you. Okay, have we missed any? All right, I'm going to read the resolution into the record. I'm hoping the clerks will keep along with me here. I appreciate their work, having to work with us on this one. So the resolution for this particular matter reads as follows. The Council of the Municipality of North Perth denies the request for zoning bylaw amendment file number Z18-2023 by MHBC Planning Limited on behalf of 2467858 Ontario Inc. as authorized by bylaw 43-2024 for the following reasons. One, significant reduction in access to fire and EMS. Two, significant inadequacy for visitor parking on site with potential with potential for visibility problems impacting safety of those using Walton Avenue North. Okay. Where am I at? Three, compatibility with neighboring single detached homes. Changing it as I go here. Four, absence of expressed intent for affordability or attainability. And five, county official plan amendment not approved, so does not comply with Perth County official plan. Okay? Generally okay? Everyone sort of understands where we're going with this and why we're doing this? Okay. So I need to move around a seconder for this one. Moved by Councillor Richardson, seconded by Councillor Andreessen. Thank you. Any discussion or debate, refinement that you're thinking of at this point? The clerks are saying, please don't refine this further. All right. I think if you're with us, we're ready for the vote, so let's have it. We're missing one. There we are, and with that, that's unanimous. All right, the next resolution is enabling for two other bylaws as follows. Its following bylaws are hereby passed. 30-2023 being a bylaw to establish tax rates for the year 2024 for general purposes and stormwater management area and listable business improvement area, and 48-2024 being a bylaw to amend bylaw 147-2022. Can I call for a mover on this one? Councillor Johnston, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Rothwell. All right, any discussion or debate on these two bylaws? Seeing none, let's have that vote. And that is carried. Thank you. Item 13.1, do any councillors wish leave to give notice of motion this evening? Seeing none, let's turn to item 14 on our agenda. Are there any announcements that would be of benefit to our community or reflect well on North Perth at this time? Councillor Rothwell.
Thanks very much, Mayor Todd. I just want to invite anyone that's in the Atwood area that there is a Water Wise event this coming Wednesday at the Elma Memorial Community Center at 7 o'clock in Atwood. This is for people to bring their water bottles in for private water sampling. The Source Protection Committee is working with the Atwood Lions to put this on. Water bottles have been distributed to the Atwood area. Because still within Atwood, we have a number of people that are on their private wells until such time as we're able to extend the full municipal water pending the approval from MTO. So this coming Wednesday, 7 o'clock is when we start for the Water Wise event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rothwell. I know that Mr. Hackett has an announcement. If he'd approach the podium, that would be helpful. Press the little button there.
Thank you, Mayor Kaysenberg and Council. This is just in regards to the current heat that we're experiencing and about to experience over the next couple of days. And there's been a heat warning that's been issued by Environment Canada. We do have a policy, extreme heat policy, that there's a few things that we'll put into place. One of them will be the Steve Kerr Memorial Complex will be open from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. for a cooling station. The Atwood, Moncton, and Listowel libraries will all be open just during their normal business hours. People can go there for cooling as well. And also the Atwood and Listowel swimming pools will be offering a free swim during what they normally would have as their public swim, which is, I believe, from 6:30 to 7:20. And also the Listowel splash pad will be open during its regular hours of 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. We'll be putting this out on social media. We're thinking for the next probably 3 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I think it's supposed to drop a touch. Our policy is above 32 degrees during the daytime or 40 on the humidex, and then at nighttime above 20. So it's just for council's information. We'll be putting that information on our website as well tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Hackett. Councillor Rothwell?
Mayor Todd, just one correction in my comments there for Wednesday. It's between 5 and 7 p.m. We end at 7. We don't start at 7. So 5 until 7 p.m. Just for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else with announcements? Okay. That brings us to agenda item 15. We have 3 items to be considered in a closed session meeting of council. I'm going to bring up the resolution here, read that into the record as follows. The council proceeds in camera at 8:57 p.m. to address matters pertaining to the following: a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organizations regarding wastewater. Second, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose regarding United Housing. And third, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board regarding Listowel Gardens. Can I call for a mover, please? Councillor Richardson, I'm looking at you, so you're it. Councillor Blazek will be our seconder. Any discussion or debate? Seeing none, let's have that vote. and that is carried. At this point, then, we are going to implement our procedures to exclude members of the public and those who have not been invited as experts to exit the council chamber. And this is also the bio break point, colleagues. So let's take 10 minutes. We'll reconvene at 9:10.
Okay. Good to go. Okay, Simon says we're good to go, everyone. So, item 16 on the agenda, council did discuss the matters identified in our enabling resolution for closed session. Staff were given direction pertaining to the matters regarding wastewater and Listowel Gardens, the essence of which will remain confidential at this time for the reasons that were stipulated in the enabling resolution. For the matter regarding United Housing, council discussed matters that were subject to solicitor-client privilege, as stated in the enabling resolution. As a result of that discussion, I have a motion for consideration that reads, the Council of the Municipality of North Perth accepts and executes a promissory note in the amount of $800,000 from the United Way Perth Huron for the establishment of affordable housing units in Listowel. Moved by Councillor Rothwell, seconded by Councillor Richardson. Discussion, debate. All those in favor? What's that?
East Grand.
Oh, East Grand? All right. Yeah, I'll have to do a manual vote. I'm logged out. Looks like we have everybody. That's carried. Okay. Now we can invite Councilor Dreesen and the mayor back in. Or I guess we'll do the confirmatory and then. Okay. All right. We're ready? Council has mandated good practice action near the end of its meeting agenda to confirm all of its actions and business of its meeting through what is called the confirmatory bylaw. Bylaw number 49, 2024. Moved by Councilor Richardson, seconded by Councilor Bozak. All those in favor? Oh, I guess that's e-scribe. I'm in favor. Got everybody there? Yep, that's carried. Now we can invite the mayor and Councilor Andreessen back in. I just hope I didn't screw your paperwork up too bad there. Let's see if I can get logged back in.
Okay, we are at the magic hour. We have completed deliberation and taken action on the business that did come before us tonight. It is thus appropriate to consider a motion for adjournment, and I have that here as follows. The council meeting adjourns at 10:54 p.m. to meet again for general council business on Monday, July 8th, 2024 at 7 p.m. Can I call for a mover? Councillor Johnston, Councillor Nurda, thank you. It's not debatable. I think they can still queue it up, right? Let's have the vote. Councillor Nurda records a manual yes vote, and with that, we have unanimous agreement to adjourn this meeting. And next council meeting will be Monday, July, what did I say? 8th.